In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Alrighty. We are here. Hello, guys. More Ace Attorney today. It's timed out. There we go. What?
The Switch was trying to
I
fall
know
asleep.
the Switch was trying to fall asleep and be like, no! I must catch you before you fall asleep. I knew I hadn't fallen asleep, though. I could still hear it. The music rolling in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're getting into the second case for Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, today. It looks like we're going on the Titanic, or maybe something about an ocean liner. So I don't know much about this. I guess we'll just jump in. Yes. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
狭い部屋の片隅、深い闇の中でホームズと私は息を潜めて待っていた。やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて、私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉。その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよ、ワトソン。そこには巨大な毒蛇が牙をむき、威嚇するようにとぐろを巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
I wonder if it was a localization creative choice or a copyright issue one way or the other, because they just said Holmes and Watson.
それでは謎解きを始めるとしようか。この奇怪なる殺人事件、その真相をね。失礼。
Welcome in, Quacky.
犯行時、扉は内側から缶抜きがかかっていた。
We're starting our second case tonight.
痕跡はない。犯行の際、この現場は完全な密室状態だったわけだ。
Thanks for the throw.
死の間際にメッセージを残したようだ。ここに落ちているインクを使って書いたと考えられる。ロシア語。どうやら被害者はロシア人ということか。文字に全く乱れは感じられない。被害者は相当意志が強かったのだろう。見たことのない妙な文字だな。筆跡はこのメッセージとは明らかに違う。いや、これはむしろ人種が違うと断言してもいいかもしれない。札を貼ったのは犯行時間の直前。
Who needs luminol when you have his fancy steampunk gun?
ほう、これはこれは。
一体貴様は何なんだ。好き勝手しやがって。
そうです。海洋警察が到着するまで現場に手を触れず待つべきだ。
その必要はない。どうやら今から5秒以内に諸君を犯人に紹介できそうだ。
バカを言うな。殺人現場だぞ。しかも奇怪な密室殺人だ。
それでは密室の謎、その封印を解くとしましょうか。
まさかその中に犯人が。
一体君は何者なのだ。僕は大英帝国が誇る世界の名探偵なのです。シャーロック・ホームズ。もしかして知らないとか。
He did it again.
Yeah.
It said Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. So I'm curious to know why.
The mystery deepens.
The mystery, the plot thickens. Oh no, this better not be us. Ugh, my head's throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air.
The whole game is just getting yourself out of
Yeah, various like framed
positions.
situations.
Yeah.
This is how you become the great Ace Attorney. You get pit. We become the Maya, where something happens every game, except for this one. It's every case. We are the killer? Question mark. Wait, I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs?
So, you wake up now, hmm? Okay. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. Pretty sure they're Russian.
I can't remember.
They said da, so... I do not believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man.
You found me then.
Ah, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal. How long were you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm?
Sorry.
Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm?
No, I'll tell you everything.
There's only one thing I'd like to know from you.
Isn't that...
Son of a bitch. I thought it was...
I know, I thought it was Sherlock
I
too.
keep thinking it's Sherlock, to be honest.
Huh?
I keep thinking it's Sherlock, and then it's somebody else.
You know, this is the conundrum, me with Pearl, you with Sherlock. Is that what's gonna be? Like, gosh dang, it was another burly man! Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susano! Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma?
Wait, what?
Huh?
Ah, you pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in a sheep's belt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. What kind of shit is this now, hmm? Here, in this very cabin, it's bolted shut from the inside. His body. Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep.
Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. In these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me! Please! No. No! Not Kazuma!
The moral of the story is that you should never mentor a lawyer.
A newbie lawyer, specifically. Specifically. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble?
You've
find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study?
It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the floor. I thought I was gonna die.
Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look.
Thanks, Kazuma. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body.
Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you can find yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you.
I hope not. I had the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway.
They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure.
What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady?
From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean?
From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away.
No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this.
I suppose so.
Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze.
Yes. What if the steward decides to open up the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it.
Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper?
What?
And I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside.
I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together!
We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer.
I'm not a murderer! Wow. Who could have guessed? No, I'm not a murderer.
Nah, you said that before. You said you admit everything about your crimes.
No! That's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... Murdering my best friend?
No one else could have done it. Admit the truth.
Susudo-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
Very well. There's something I would like to ask of you too.
Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's dead. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin.
There's a phantom there.
There is?
Or do you have some other explanation?
This is impossible.
How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances?
Please, Sisato-san, you have to tell me.
No, I don't. Cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
The ship's doctor's examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then.
Kurare.
Kurare! Always Kurare.
That's true, yes.
Hi, Arya! Enjoy your lurk. We're just getting started. You know, I've come to the realization, again, Cosmo's been killed off. He's not gonna be here. And I'm talking to myself again. Would you like to take Ryunosuke?
I mean, once we get... Well, that's true.
It'll probably be a little bit, and even if Holmes does show up, how long is he actually gonna be here, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, like, if she's gonna be with us for all the investigations, then that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin?
He shows up, acts silly, and vanishes. Yeah. It's a good thing. Cosmo's dead. Sholmes acts silly and vanishes. Like, also,
Be for real, for real.
for real, for real.
I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Cosmo?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he's already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
I knocked. There was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewmen forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there's Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor.
I swear to God, if that says Ryunosuke
In Russian. You know, this kind of reminds me, I haven't really read all the books, but just from watching the TV show, it kind of reminds me of, what is it called? I guess it's I can't remember if the original story is called this or not, or if it's called a different color or what, but at very least the BBC Sherlock show, there was an episode called A Study in Pink, where this lady, whose whereabouts and identity we don't necessarily know about, all dressed in pink, is found in like this abandoned room where she's been locked in and she's died, and she's scratched into the floor. What's it? R-A-C-H-E, I think it was. And they're like, oh, it's obviously German for revenge, Rache, or something like that. But it was meant to just be the word Rachel. But I don't know, it's giving me that vibe, especially since we're introducing Holmes. Or Sholmes, whatever we're calling him.
I always thought it was Sholmes. but-
Sholmes, I thought it was Sholmes at first too, but I've also seen it with like the E italicized. Not italicized, what's it called? It has like the little whoop above it. That,
Accent mark?
the what?
Accent mark?
Yeah, it has an accent mark above it. So I was like, oh, maybe it's like Sholmes. But I don't know. I think that's what it's actually called, I think. See. Okay, have good stream. Thank you for stopping by, Arya. You have good stream too. But yeah, it's giving me... I have to wonder, since we're introducing him, if we are leaning into the idea of certain Sherlock themes.
I mean, given the name of the fifth case.
Yeah, yeah.
The white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
It's all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me.
Susato, don't you remember? I was framed for murder literally like a month ago.
Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything.
Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No. That would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me to his bed.
Oh. No, to his closet.
He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
Really? Really, Runosuke, you don't know.
I'm kinda stupid.
Well, he's Phoenix's ancestor after all.
True.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? I go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? You ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Corbin hurts. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you're to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing.
You bitch ass.
Forget it. I can't spoil the rest of the game.
Uh-huh.
Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. Look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact.
What were you two doing last night?
Worry about it.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Fell asleep?
Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. He was drugged.
He was drugged.
That sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, and perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Something wrong?
Oh, it's nothing. No, it's... Please forget it.
Mitsuba-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. The trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. Can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry. Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how, and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. I'm gonna walk around this
Oh,
Russian ship with my hands cuffed.
oh, Suzuno!
What the?
That was a...
Suzuno takedown!
Tsusuto what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it?
Yes. Your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
Ah, I see. You expect me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susuto-san to believe me. Show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Look at my collar pin! Oh right, this was stuck on the door.
Yep. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. Naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
He also can't read Japanese. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true. So that's on my line.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Suzuka-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry. No.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put that sign back in position.
What does she think I am, a magician?
I haven't known you for very long. Technically, I only knew you for a couple days before. Even though we've been on the ship for 2 weeks, I haven't seen higher hair of you.
Yeah.
I don't know you. For all I know, you could be a street busker on. You moonlight as a street busker.
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's work together, Suzuka-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh.
I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
Right.
You're not right. You're Naruhodo.
What? Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Learn Russian real quick. Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death.
Says in a way, it's like, I'm so done with you, Kazuma, but I'm gonna avenge your death.
I didn't know where
I know the
it was going,
emphasis.
so I was the delivery.
I would have done the same exact thing, though, which is Kazuma, I swear. Our first investigation.
Right.
Hooray!
Sweet, we can move.
We can move now.
Did Kazuma write that before he died? Does Kazuma know Russian?
Who knows?
It looks like it's written in ink.
You know he knew English.
Might have knocked that ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage? Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. Almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? What language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? I'm more hung up on the fact that he was surprised it's not Japanese.
Cosmo to have bad handwriting or something? Like, come on now.
To be fair, he did tell Ryunosuke to write the note to put on the door
That is true.
instead of just doing it himself.
Instead of doing it himself, so who knows? Cosmo might have terrible handwriting. No penmanship. No calligraphy skills. But apparently he can write in Russian?
Yep.
Was it Cyrillic?
I don't know.
I think it's called Cyrillic.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter, Sister-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using D-pad left, D-pad right, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
What the hell is she talking about?
Cosmo was going on some shit the last time. What is going on? Murder brings out the
Yes.
worst in people.
Yeah.
It makes them talk gibberish.
Susato-san, is your head also throbbing? Did you get bonked on the noggin?
Do you want to press tab to look at the court record?
We don't have tab anymore.
Do you want to hit right trigger to look at the court record?
There you go.
There you go.
This is R for record.
There you go, yeah.
Suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now.
Your world's expanded, Ryunosuke.
I can turn my head?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Look at that. We can look at the bed now. Not. Oh! Oh, it's probably this one though.
This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
I mean, contraption.
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? It sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously.
No?
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Also,
It's a crime
It's a crime
scene.
scene.
Yeah.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? Have you stumbled?
where do you pee?
I don't think you went. No. I know. He
I'm-
pushed. Go on.
I just climb in the vent and I go to the bathroom. Make my way to the bathroom.
There we
Through the
go.
vent.
Through the vent. Have you tried venting, Ryunosuke? Everything with this. Oh no, he doesn't have to worry about that. He doesn't even have to go through the vent because if he just pushes the cloaks aside and wanders further in, he finds himself into a wintry wonderland with a lamppost standing right in the middle. He can just go pee in the woods. It's fine.
I accidentally peed on a goat man. It was kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in.
High risk, high reward, Ryunosuke-sama. Or San. You're not Sama, you're San right now.
So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not.
What's this suspicious vent?
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, it's ventilator. That's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Oh.
Hi, Necro. Welcome in.
Oh.
We haven't gotten too far into it. You're joining us for the beginning of a new case. Our best.
We accidentally killed our best friend.
I know, we accidentally killed our best friend and we can't remember apparently.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
We're on a ship, Ryunosuke-san. Do you want water to come into your cabin? That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough? Or something like that?
I suppose. Maybe that's it.
Connects to the next room. What's on your desk, Kazuma?
It's where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks as if the last entry is incomplete.
Which means, what? He's in the middle of writing it when the incident happened?
Do you write anything important down?
Like clues?
Yes.
Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue.
Ah! Hiya!
That's out of the question!
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts!
But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Dear Diary, I really want to smooch Ryunosuke. He's stuck in the cabinet.
Nice. Dear Diary, I've done my best again today, but Ryunosuke refuses to come out of the closet. Dear Diary, it's been 2 weeks since we've been on this trip. Ryunosuke still refuses to come out of the closet. Maybe that's why he died. He's like, I had enough of this. It's been 14 days straight.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
Indeed.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. In this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Hello, friend. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago.
No, he wasn't.
As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh! How did he...
You noticed the man too, have you?
How could I not, Ryunosuke-san?
Behold, the man. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. He climbed in through the vent.
Naruhodo-san! Don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
It's Professor Layton.
Yep, that's definitely Professor Layton there.
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. I think all script is just poorly written Japanese. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
It seems quite precarious too, like that hinge is gonna give out and he's gonna go POM! Right into the floor.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susuta-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights. Okay, and see what he has to say for himself.
Kazuma's dead! You're doing this, Ryunosuke!
It hasn't even been a day.
Hasn't even been a day! This is why Kazuma died. You in the way that you talk and not thinking and not doing. This is why he died. This was your fault. It really was your fault, Ryunosuke.
Come there.
Oh, please do.
So, do you know anything about the original Sherlock Holmes? Is he eccentric as hell? Or do people just like to portray him that way?
I'm not sure exactly. I've been wanting to read the Sherlock Holmes books, but I've never gotten my hands on them. I forget anytime I think about it. So I can't say if the original stories make him as zany as he's portrayed in like modern interpretations of stuff. But I know at least he's very unconventional. Or okay, unconventional is the right word, but like we would see it now where it'd be, it's just like, what's the word? Because I know that whenever people read Sherlock Holmes, it was like the first piece of literature that the common people got their hands on, reading about like scientific investigation versus, I don't know what other investigation, but instead of thinking like, oh, I'm just seeing, I'm taking in what I'm seeing, versus applying like I don't know, fingerprints weren't a thing obviously, but just the logic that the logic that Sherlock Holmes went through in the novels, I know, was very unique for the day and age with which it came out, and it was one of the reasons why it grasped the audience so much, because it was a logic that they could understand whenever it was like laid out for them, and it was something that they were totally like, it was something completely new to them. Like they would think, oh, please just do this, right? Please just do that. But seeing like I can't think of the words. Hi, Ultimo. Enjoy your lurk. I can't think right now. My brain is buffering. But at the very least, I know that Sherlock Holmes was very charismatic and unconventional. I can't say whether he was eccentric or not.
Excuse me. I don't know what voice to use this man. Excuse me, do you have a moment?
Well, you had at least a little reference if you wanted to pull from the voice actor.
It's harder to do that with the Seiyu, at least for me.
Yeah, I can understand.
This man is not from Brooklyn, so that's going to set me back a bit. There's a critical point in my investigation.
Thank you for the objection, Lily. Welcome in.
Good timing.
Great timing.
Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! Okay, that was... alright.
I didn't touch that. That was...
I know.
the game.
What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan overseas? Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
This man who is this Japan? What's this? Is this a butterfly meme? Is this Japanese? That's Rinosuke.
Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
I don't know how I feel about that phrase, but how the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary.
Do I look like a merciless revolutionary to you?
Or a Russian. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower.
I'm sorry, sir.
And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Beribboned?
Ribboned.
Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. You're, dumber than I thought you'd be. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Was a Russian sailor by the door.
There was.
So it's true.
Ma'am.
It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
Ma'am. What?
And you're plotting a revolution too?
In Russia.
It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way I...
Hiya!
Okay.
Down with ye.
Now explain yourself!
Tell me everything. After this ad break, though, we'll be right back. We gotta do ad break to keep our pre-rolls ads off. So, hang tight. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Oh, we've faded out a little bit again. Don't go to sleep. You gotta explain yourself, Ryonosuke-san!
This is ridiculous. You're dead.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right?
Oh my gosh, this man.
No, you're Holmes. Holmes. Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you?
That was the only thing you got right.
Well, yes. Maybe. Huh. There you have it, you see? What do you think of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of the murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. More like plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduce yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over.
Edogawa Rampo?
Except for Japan.
Oh, sorry, that's the greatest detective from Japan, not all over the world. Sorry.
Ranpo's the reason why they don't know who this guy is.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
The inimitable Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I don't think Rampo was even around at that point in time. I could be wrong. I think he might have been later.
Probably. It's really
Oh,
fucking ironic to use the term inimitable for Sherlock Holmes.
inimitable?
Cannot be imitated.
Oh, that is pretty funny. Actually,
He is an imitation.
I take it back. He was around during this time period. He would have been quite young though, so I'm not sure if he was working at that point or like publishing things. But he was born in 1894.
Huh.
So he was. Edogawa Rampo was around at this point in time. It's just
You know, up until this point, I had idiot brain, and I was like, is she talking about the character from Bungo Stray Dogs? I don't know what time that takes place in.
yeah,
No, they're all based on people.
They're obvious. They're based off of people. the inspiration for the anime character was around in 1894, or around this time period. Edogawa Rampo, the greatest detective in all Japan, with a sweet tooth and doesn't want to do any work except what interests him, was probably around within the last decade. Sherlock Holmes is great, I guess so. He hasn't proved how great he is yet though, so it's that the jury's out on that still.
He's on about a 50% on this so far, so
50%? I think he said like 3 or 4 statements and only got 1 right.
he found your ass. So
Oh, he had some X-ray goggles. He got lucky.
I guess.
He looks great, I guess. He's alright.
So, it's really you. The actual Sherlock Holmes.
The very same. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes.
What if this actually isn't Sherlock Holmes, but is it an imposter posing as Sherlock Holmes?
What if he was the murderer?
What if he was the
And we have to
murderer?
find out and help the actual Sherlock Holmes.
What if this is like a Harry Potter 4 situation, like with Alistair Moody and the Polyjuice Potion? The actual Sherlock Holmes is hidden away in a trunk somewhere, unbeknownst to the rest of the world.
It's that trunk against the wall over there.
Oh my gosh, how can we fit the real Sherlock Holmes and Ryunosuke in that trunk? I mean, that's an amazing trunk there.
Well, they took Ryunosuke out, put him in the closet, and then put Sherlock Holmes in the trunk.
Oh right, yeah, David Tennant, the 10th Doctor, was actually Sherlock Holmes this whole time. You got it, Rek. You understand.
I got lost on that one.
So David Tennant is an actor, and he played Barty Crouch Jr. in the 4th Harry Potter movie, and that Barty Crouch Jr. took Polyjuice Potion to imitate as Alistair Moody, the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher in that movie. So David Tennant also played the 10th iteration of the Doctor in Doctor Who.
Yeah, that one I knew.
Yes.
But as my brain skipped over the Harry Potter thing, and I was like, how do we connect David Tennant
Yeah.
to Sherlock Holmes?
Okay, legit though, anytime we were watching the Harry Potter movies over Halloween just because they're kind of spooky and magical, right? So it goes with it goes with stuff. And plus, like, all the kids can watch Harry Potter movies, so like we'll throw that on.
Yeah.
And we were watching the fourth one at one point, and I'm like, I totally forgot. Every time I watch the fourth movie, I totally forget David Tennant's in the Harry Potter universe. Every time. I'm like, how do I forget this every time I watch this damn movie? Okay, I'm sorry. Did you say this line?
Do you know this man, Sister Song?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
Japan. It's been kind of shut off for a while.
Must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this?
Been introduced to a new breed of unreliable detective.
So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what's your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I thought he was going to make me say inimitable again. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? Oh, no, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Holmes. So is it pronounced Hairlock? Hairlock Holmes?
Hairlock? Hairlock? Okay, it could have been a misinterpretation. It could be Herlock. But Rinosuke, with his limited knowledge of the world, apparently knows enough about German to know that there is a thing in German where you refer to a man as Herr. So maybe he was like, European, German, Germany's in Europe. He says Herlock, that Herlock, so he is Mr. Lock?
That almost looks like the drawing of our son.
It does. Which should be on par. Would be very on par.
Read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
You know who it also kind of looks like? It kind of looks like a put together Snidely Whiplash.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine. Oh my gosh, I can read a sentence. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh my gosh, he's a LARPer.
Huh? So, you were the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you sort of think you really are.
Rinosuke also thinks he's a LARPer.
Make no mistake. I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine.
Well, need to break it to ya. I think he's dead.
You have a biographer, do you? Had a biographer. Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson?
By chance, would it be a John H. Wilson?
No, there's There's only one Wilson. It must be the same guy.
Hmm.
There could not be another Dr. Wilson in all of England.
No, absolutely not. Much less another John H. Wilson. One of the most generic names that you could go with.
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Thank you for the through quacky. Like I was a gavel at that too. Oh, it wasn't you. Yeah, it definitely wasn't you.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. It should be to everyone a science, but logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject.
You know, you say things that make sense like this, but I don't trust it coming from your mouth.
Furtive glance, twitch of muscle, slight inclination of posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, truth.
Like me being a Russian revolutionist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As everyone knows you are.
Yeah, and as he demonstrated a short few moments ago, as he says.
As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that?
Don't believe it, Lily! Don't be taken in because he's a pretty anime man! Don't believe him!
It is ironic that Arya had to leave before we get the pretty anime man.
Well, she did know that he was coming up.
Yeah.
She did make comment about it.
So you see, I have turned for both observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholm. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? What do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right.
Save yourself, he's already got you. I'm sorry he's got you, Lily. It's okay. I'm immune, though. I don't think he's gonna catch me. I've already set my eyes on Kazuma and potentially the vampire-looking man.
It is none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words...
In other words...
Oh, this is time for a raid.
In other words, hello Raiders! Welcome in, guys! Thank you for the raid, Lady Havoc! Playing Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. Are we winning, son? Well, I wouldn't say we're winning. We've been accused of murder again. Accused of murdering our best friend at that too, so I don't think we're winning right now. We could be winning in the future though. We shall see. How was stream? I hope you guys had a fun stream. I know nothing about Skyrim. Was it? That's just like a fantasy RPG, yeah? That might be like the only thing I know about it. But I hope you guys had a good stream. I'll introduce myself here real quick for you guys. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And tonight, it's Soph and I making shining memories with Ace Attorney being accused of murder yet again. Gotta figure our way out of this once more.
I'm in these now because of him.
Gosh dang it, literally all this time. She doesn't say a word. I take a bite of food. The instant I take a bite of food, she shows up again. You've got impeccable timing, Susato.
When I became anxious about Cosmo-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me.
There was a dead man. And there was Russian on the floor.
And he knew Russian.
And he knew Russian. So that makes you the Russian Revolution.
Yep. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. The first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Come on.
Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. I don't think I can stop you. The two facts that I deduced from a momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows.
Is it really going to follow this colon?
Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, I didn't hold up a second finger, but number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
That's a lie.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor.
If you look closely, in Russian, it says Maya.
It says Tapplepop.
Tapplepop! Is it like...
That is the Russian word for wardrobe.
Tapplepop. Is that like the Russian equivalent of Mazel Tov?
Yes.
Yes. And apparently it means wardrobe.
Do you really think that Cosmo-sama could have left a dying message in Russian?
In their final moments, many find the native tongue filling their head. But this young man, Russian.
He's not Russian though!
Cosmo was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer.
Oh my god.
Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted.
Yep, definitely Russian garb too.
And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Yep.
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea.
And I thought I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong.
Hi, Lady Havoc. We're not winning. We've been accused of murder again. We got arrested again. For killing Kazuma.
I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This...
Plot twist. Kazuma was left-handed. It's probably not true, though.
I mean, that has come up before.
It has come up, but I'm thinking... do they cross-draw on their blades in Japan? I'm trying to remember. Because his katana is always... Or, from what I remember, his katana was always on his left side. On his left hip.
Yeah,
but I
because
can't.
it was closer to us during trial.
I can't remember if they cross draw in Japan though. I can't remember.
Either way, that would be a point C anyway, so we would have to find
And the point B as usual.
A and B in order to get to that.
Yeah.
So
Not a problem for us at the moment. We just need to find evidence.
this was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, thank you.
The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record.
Objection! He doesn't know how to write in purple. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Oh yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think?
I'm pretty sure that train derailed, so it's a good thing we're on a boat right now.
Don't know that word.
Yep.
Certainly, if it interests you. Many times, I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Maybe it's sorry. Can we talk about your deduction from before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Oh yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. I call everybody that. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai.
Also, how do we have the morning paper? Did we just stop in a port?
No, because...
We've been at sea for 14 days. How do you have the morning paper?
if we were just at a port, then you wouldn't be here. You'd be arrested at port.
True, yeah.
They would have turned the boat around, like, nope, get him off.
Get him out.
This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday.
Gosh damn
And
it.
last night, the young Russian was murdered. So was Kazuma a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. You, villain Bolshevik.
Look at that fucking paper one more time, my dude.
It's a disguise, clearly.
Obviously.
No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all.
You must be a shapeshifter.
Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. Also, Kazuma's name would have shown up, and Kazuma's not a Russian name.
Kazuma Asugi. Peak Russian name, obviously.
Apparently.
What about the other details? 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower?
Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all the news in the article. Deeds the man had perpetrated thus far and those he was plotting. How? What? Yes, everything about the revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
You revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder.
And where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan.
I feel like you picked up the paper yesterday, you saw this man, and you're like, ah, yes, the next crime that comes up will definitely be this man, and you run with it.
There were literally people that I walked in here with that were saying, "Duh," but you know,
You're
this
the
guy
one.
that- Yep.
But the last name, Naruhodo, you know, peak Russian as well.
He doesn't know our last name. We're not in the ship log.
No, okay, he doesn't know our name, but Susaro's been referring to us as Naruhodo-san.
True.
So at least you can infer if he's recruited. If he's a regular person, much less a detective.
Yeah. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction.
Thanks for this evident piece, Sholmes.
Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby.
The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record.
And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. All written in Russian. I can help you read it. Wait a minute. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. I deduce that you're Russian, and I've handed you this Russian newspaper, but you probably need someone to
Interpret for you.
the Russian newspaper too.
This man's gonna get on my nerves. I just know it. He's already. I know this man's gonna be on my nerves. And he's gonna be here for, I presume, 2 games.
I'm a detective in an Ace Attorney game, which means that I'm kind of good at my job, but I'm mostly stupid.
You know, I would rather have Gumshoe, because at the very least, he's like I'm just the bumbling detective, you know? Like, I'm just doing my job here. This guy, though, is so cocky about it, where he's like, ha, yes, I do know. He radiates that cockiness that Luke Atme had. And I'm like, no, sir, you are full of bullshit. That's what you're full of. That's what you've just said.
Luke Atme at least knew what he was doing.
Yes, at least Luke Atme was like, I'm going along with this I am lying and being charismatic for a nefarious scheme. This man is just talking out of his ass for no reason. Just because he can. And is he aware of it? Who knows? But either way, he is... he doesn't realize how stupid he is. And that's the worst kind. Obnoxious and stupid.
Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, aren't you? Cosmo? I asked the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
I read his entire diary. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text.
You've intruded on his privacy, Sholmes!
London diary. Cosmo was keeping notes for the trip. Ah, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people.
Too late!
Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. We tried to talk to you. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. She's not putting my finger on him. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
It's just cultural, loss in translation. We're different cultures. You wouldn't understand. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand. Namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese? A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed?
Nihongo josu.
This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So, what was all that showing off about before, then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes.
Again, if we're Russian, how are we reading?
Yeah.
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
Oh, well, she hasn't been categorized as Russian yet.
The final entry here is Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring... to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin.
The adjoining cabin means we're closing this case right now in the next room.
That's where the judge is staying.
Yes, there we go. That's why.
Yes, the journey cabin.
That's why a gavel came flying from the left side of the screen at me.
Yeah.
Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record.
So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, if I am still too long, I didn't think of that as still as in like
Motionless.
being still.
Yeah.
Like if I am long, seasickness takes hold. I must go become short.
Oh, I suppose. I don't know how anything about height has to do with seasickness, though, but I wish you luck! You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. They crave mental exaltation.
I thought it said mental exhaustion at first.
This man is mentally exhausted. I keep a thesaurus in my pocket at all times. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough.
You know, at this point in time, maybe he was the creator of this thesaurus.
Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? Presses index fingers together. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? Simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer.
We'll just put a towel over it or something. It'll be fine. My hands will just be professional. Sorry.
After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Believe me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So, what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are.
My eyes are up here, detective.
Great, he's into knees. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now.
Well, you know, it's a good thing it's scandalous to show those this era.
What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you're the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. No, he's just being plain rude.
You know, Sholmes gives me the vibes of that one. I've never watched Sailor Moon, so I can't say, but that one Sailor Moon meme with Tuxedo Mask is like, my work here is done! Pulls cape and leaves, and it's like, you didn't do shit.
That's exactly what Sailor Moon says.
Yeah, word for word.
And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for?
Hmm?
We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something about these? There's no way I can...
Hiya!
Okay.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation effect, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, to bring the real culprit to justice.
Right.
Trunk! It's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes, I see it says way up in Japanese.
Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Oh, it's less painful than a Susato takedown.
What is this?
What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have been broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Nescafe fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
He has a girlfriend since you won't listen.
And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It's sort of a brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything in the same color anywhere else in this cabin.
Sword? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. His spirit of justice.
Wrong game. Too early for that. Also, what is that?
Is that a leg?
I don't know what it is. That's your dinner? What the heck?
Yeah, it's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty.
That's not chicken bones.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But you eat it on the floor here? Like a dog?
I'm not a dog, Sister-san. At the table, of course.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that was the next line.
Somehow not surprised. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor.
But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So we didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me.
Oh no! There's Does that mean our Kazuma spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
I constantly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. I gotta climb through the vents and find the bathroom.
Oh my gosh. Sword.
I'm thinking that the food might have been drugged, but I could be wrong.
I agree.
Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's true. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There is no chance of me escaping. Yet. You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Apologies to any Russians in chat.
When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. Still, if the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure.
So now that we've zoomed in, why is there a man that's like snowboarding, skateboarding up on that top shelf?
I noticed him a while ago.
I we're zoomed in now and I'm like, huh, okay.
It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
The key was too big to fit under the door frame. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine.
See, the key might have been too big to fit under the door frame, but I swear I'm not an ace detective anymore without my glasses.
If I've learned anything from Bungo Stray Dogs, it's that Herlock Shrooms did it.
Yep. For certain, that's definitely what happened here. All according to Poe's plan.
Yep.
Okay, we are hitting the top of the hour here, so let's go ahead and do our ad break to keep pre-roll ads off. So if you guys will hang tight for just a second, we will be right back with some more investigation. Okay. Back to investigating here. What else can we look at? I think this thing on the wall sits up.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
But Cosmo, you've broken 2 rules.
What? Why are you staring at me?
No reason. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you... Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
He's Cosmo's cat.
I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here.
The books have fallen over on the shelf.
Naruhodo! The return of the Naru... the return of the Naruhodos! It all started with Ryunosuke. Oh, this wasn't even my line! And I started trying to read it.
One of them throw on the shelf. Look. They've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once.
I wonder if... Perhaps if it's Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training thing?
I seriously doubt it.
He has fine precision with his sword, so you don't understand.
Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san? In a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few bucks in the statue. The way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? No.
Not at all.
Well,
I'll just set everything straight again. Nope.
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
Don't mess with the evidence on a crime scene, Susato. Ah.
Oh, look, over there.
The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought. The book summoned him.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try.
Hello. Vivian Delta? Vivian Delta, hello, welcome in. Oh, you're playing Ghost Trick Phantom Thief? Phantom Thief? Why is that the first thing that came to mind? Phantom Detective? I've been wanting to play that game. I saw it come out and I was like, oh my gosh, look at this cool game. And then Sophia's like, yep, it's a remake. And I'm like, wow, I feel stupid. I feel really stupid. Look at this cool new game. Nope, it's a remake. Hi, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was a fun stream. It's the creator of Ace Attorney. I'm sure it's probably... No, it's okay. I felt the same. Oh my gosh, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's also unaware of older games. Seeing things remake.
Sort of a niche. I can't remember if it was DS or 3DS game. To be fair. And we just spent 150 hours playing a remake of a game. So
we did, yeah.
Still enjoy it.
Okay, yeah. It's not that I can't enjoy it at this point in time. I just knew of Phoenix Wright and all the games because I had the DS games, so... But yeah. I thank you for the raid. I hope you had a fun stream playing that. I don't know exactly all what it's about, but I can only imagine it's a fun game if it's made or written by the same creator who did the Ace Attorney series. Like Soph said here, we literally just went through the entire trilogy over what, the last like 8 months or so. We've been slowly working through it and playing through it, so we like Ace Attorney at this channel. Ace Attorney and Ace Attorney adjacent ideas and games are welcome here. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Memory Days page, Vivian. Ghost Trick is definitely the more niche one of the Shu Takumi games, but it's also a visual novel like this, just with different mechanics. I see. Maybe one day if I see it's on sale, then I'll have to get it. We'll have to get it. Are you winning? Said no, we're not winning, Janjo. You're quite late. I'm gonna say it for like the 4th time now. We've been accused of murder again. we are accused of murder again. Oh, here, before we get back into this, I will introduce myself real quick since you guys rated in. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital archivist, meaning that I'm here to make shining memories with you. And tonight we are here with Soph, making hopefully shining memories. Figuring out who actually killed our best friend, since we're being framed for it once again. This is very par for the course for Yunosuke. That's so sad. I hope he doesn't get... I really don't want him to be framed for murder every chapter. That's gonna be so sad for him.
Yeah.
Is that a bug cat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bugcat is the original name of the...
Indeed.
There's a bunch of different pictures of basically my profile picture.
I see. So yes, there is a bug cat with me. This particular one's name is Soph.
Hello.
He likes to join me for Ace Attorney streams and do funny voices for characters with me.
It was my Discord profile picture for a while. I'm just sort of stuck, and that's what people associate with me, so...
Blue cat! We've all been there framed for crimes? Kaio, I don't know what you've been doing, but I have not been framed for any crimes before, so... I don't know, maybe I'm just weird, but... I'm kind of sus to you, Kai. Behave yourself now. Okay, we're gonna talk to this man. I think we're gonna go talk to this man here. Hello, sir. Do you know English?
Is that...
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no, it's just that Kerman's standing by the door.
Thank you for the hydrate, Janjo. Also, thank you for the follow, Kaio. I hope you enjoy your time here at the memory database. We'll be lurking. I'm heading to bed. Enjoy your sleep, Janjo.
Can't help but feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh my god!
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What can I do for you?
You know, I had the thought because during the cutscene, we saw like these blonde Russian characters, right? And there was this one dark-haired Asian-looking character. I did not put 2 and 2 at that point, though. Hi. How's it going?
I recognize that face, but it can't be.
Maybe it's you. Are you the one that's pinning crimes on us, sir?
It is.
I didn't know you were here. You were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I'm undercover. I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Are you also into Ryunosuke?
Oh,
Kazuma's not even been dead a day.
Is this a reverse harem? Like, you know, we didn't realize it? Oh my goodness.
Is reverse harem if it's just all guys?
It could be reverse harem with all guys, I think. 'Cause I think a harem is just a band of women. So
Yeah.
a reverse harem is just a band of men. I don't know if the prerequisite has to be of the opposite gender. I do not know.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board their ship.
Yep.
Again?
Again.
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
Yes, I do enjoy being under the covers.
Oh, my lord.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask.
That comes directly after what you said, so my lord.
You know, we knew that it was going to be like this. but we
I'm
didn't
not
know
I'm not
that this
surprised.
man was going to be the cause of it.
I did not. I knew this was going to happen because it's a great Ace Attorney stream. I knew it was going to happen. But I agree, this man was not a part of the equation in my head at the very least.
I thought it was going to be more like Herlock,
Yeah,
not this guy.
not this guy. No, he's just adding to it. The more the merrier, right? Right.
I mean, so far we just really don't like Herlock, or at least Renosuke doesn't. So.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't that doesn't mean anything, especially from any Beal I've read. That don't mean anything.
Sure, but as things stand now, that needs a little bit more
Yes.
time to stew, I guess.
It's the ship has sailed, but it has not.
They haven't docked.
Oh my god.
I never expected to see this man on board.
I never expected you to use that euphemism.
But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation.
No, don't no examine. No examine, go back. What was it? What are you doing here?
So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
I'm here to help you. I'm here to to get you off.
I was sent to get you out of the closet, but it appears you've done that already.
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
You're the one who killed Kazuma?
For what? My orders were to act as Sogi-san's bodyguard.
Well, you did a bad job.
It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead.
Oh my gosh, did they really name the minister Jigoku? Jigoku means hell.
Oh.
Jigoku, I'm fairly certain Jigoku is like either the name for hell or the name for a circle in hell.
And he entrusted me with ensuring that Sogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
Why would he be assassinated? What's going on?
Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm sure. These are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. In these uncertain times, Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated.
Yep. Obviously, we couldn't give Osogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day.
You peered at him through the vent every night.
Yep. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Sogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Spectre. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word.
Well, I don't think this ship is big enough for 2 investigators. So I guess we'll have to throw Sholmes overboard.
Dang. He's probably got some gadget to help him out. It's fine.
Probably, yeah.
We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not.
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
Can you escort us?
I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door...
You'll get Susa to take down?
Yep. By that man.
By that man.
The stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two.
Well, damn, I only let one man manhandle me, so... Guess I can't go towards the door.
I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? You need something to work with, do you think? You wouldn't need something persuasive.
Oh, what do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how.
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
Press R to open your
What's
court record. Press R to open your court record. Select your item and hit X to submit. It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
Oh, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? It's my attorney's badge.
I don't have an attorney's badge.
Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. See if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain.
Alright, Hosonaga-san. A speckled band. That means probably this because he's on the vent.
Yeah. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill."
A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders?
He said the crime scene, not the criminal. Blood.
A man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just move, and we can leave this cabin at last.
Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out.
We're going to take a carriage to the next room, Naruhodo-san.
What's that on the floor? 9. Is it a mousetrap?
It looks like it.
I swear. 9th January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passengerway. Oh, sorry, passageway.
Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation and steerage.
Really? That must be awful.
You get one hammock.
Oh, look over there. It's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose, like people in handcuffs.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is...
I've looked at the inside of a wardrobe for the last 14 days.
I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
Ryunosuke, can you confirm for us? Does Kazuma have junk in his trunk?
Kazuma cake.
Kazuma cake.
Cake Zuma.
Cake Zuma. Kazuma cakey.
Must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look.
Well, let's look at that suspicious big blue book over here.
That's a huge book on top of that table there. There's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
writing's so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
Huh. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san. Even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report.
Susato has lots of, like, moments.
Looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal isn't just sunk to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea ever since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. Okay.
What an interesting reasoning there. Okay, let's look at this cheese trap.
Money bubbling grade stuff.
A trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Naruhodo-san, this is cheese. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. What is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? I wonder what it tastes like.
Don't touch it.
About to lose a finger.
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But, I suppose you're right.
I also don't think you want to be eating cheese that's been out for who knows how long.
Ah, yes. Floor cheese.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers.
An entire chicken yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know how hungry I've been in the wardrobe.
Were you? I'll find a little snack for you later.
He just left. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? What?
You really have to say that? Like, why?
I just don't know which direction he went in.
I don't either, but I'm like,
Other than, like, nipple?
why does he have to say it? Like, why is this a pleasing shape?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh. Well,
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it!
it's an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
My god, you're an absolute fool! You know full well that's not what the alarm is meant for.
It's not what she said, but it was the same difference.
If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Like that cheese trap.
Foolishly foolish.
We thought this was Maya and Mia's ancestor. Turns out it was actually Franziska's ancestor.
This is it.
Dusky Bridge?
Dusky Bridge.
I... It's just... There's a line before I had the first Pearl mess up with Gumshoe. It was along the lines of like, this is it, Dusky Bridge. And since it's a TikTok and I've watched it over and over again, when I hear this is it, Dusky Bridge was the word that filled the, filled the gap.
Gotcha. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
Hello? Oh! Sailor tits.
Oh, excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here.
The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem.
With the cheese trap.
What if we trap the sailor with the cheese?
Do you like cheese, big burly sailor man? Please, have a bite.
Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You? Old third-class lady's maid?
Oh,
We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susita-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman. Beef stroganoff.
Beef stroganoff.
Ooh, best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Buria steamship, for very important persons. Sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid Stow inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. But Stroganov is not animal.
Unlike you.
Thank you?
if I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osoi's currently occupied?
Nice move, Da.
Yay.
Susato-san, do you understand that?
Da. It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no.
Yes. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Oh my god.
Don't like that. Duh, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in, or get out.
I wonder. Did you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. I do not sleep. Did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Yeah?
Yet?
On my line.
Son, did you understand that?
It was clearly... No!
Perhaps a yes.
Maybe.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry.
Thanks for the honk, Necro.
I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
Want to talk to us?
This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand.
You know? Where I live now, there could be a lobster whistling atop a mountain.
Weird.
I don't know if lobsters can whistle, but there are mountains that are very near the ocean here. There's a possibility.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly. Shall we?
Definitely.
Right, he's gone now. Knock, knock. Anybody home?
This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one with the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help us solve the particular mystery. Let's ask.
No answer.
No answer. Oh.
We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying.
I guess we'll just have to bust it down like the door to Cosmo's cabin. Oh.
What was that? Came from inside the cabin. I bitched.
Yeah. Yeah. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside.
Stand aside.
Oh my god.
I'm about to break down the door.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fate is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. What?
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't.
No, you don't need to kick the door down.
Blast! How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
Muscular urge.
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Later, however.
Oh my god.
Come to my wardrobe, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. 9th January. SS Buria First Class Cabin number 2. Ooh. Oh my gosh, here, let me see. Let me see. Ah! I put on the spot. I'm like, no way, I know I could do an awful Russian accent and put on the spot now. I'm like, how the hell do I start talking like that? Ooh.
You gotta say niet and then go from there.
Niet. Niet. Da. Who are you?
Western gentleman? This man looks Russian. We heard a woman scream?
That was me. A woman. Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here, and he also has a plate on the floor for some reason.
And the surfing man.
But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out! All of you! Now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me. And you are?
I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
You know, the way that you introduce yourself, the less I'm inclined to believe you are the actual Herlock Sholmes.
Yeah.
No.
I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely.
That's just what someone untrustworthy would say.
A man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time.
She's in that bag.
So might it be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk?
Is it?
Sound like a man.
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. The case just shook.
The fox?
I'd blow this case wide open.
Ha! Leave. Now! Otherwise I'll call the steward.
So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something.
Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
He says leave, so we're going to immediately go open the case. I'm
Just going to ignore him.
What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out!
Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps?
No.
Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck.
I think you're right.
There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do.
I agree, but there may be someone else. Perhaps the great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott.
I don't know what you're talking about. We could definitely do this on our own. This man.
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need to only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, no, it's not what you did twice now. What were we doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Haven't you heard it's fashionable to rest in the wardrobe these days?
Resting?
Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. I'm so close though. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something.
Really?
Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please.
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Oh my gosh.
Greatly.
Greatly. With the utmost greatness. No foo here, only greatness.
Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
I must have complete silence.
Gonna say some real big bullshit here again. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
But what do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of Othulin. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment, Lolas, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Oh, Naruhodo-san. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholm's great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle.
Wow. Leave it to Ace Attorney.
Sound like it, buddy.
Oh yes, I read about it countless times in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all colors drain from Mr. Roylott's face. Just like somehow Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
He said something just big enough that it could be applicable. He's like a fortune teller.
Yeah.
Ow. How could you?
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate.
Thanks.
I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning.
You're the conductor. I don't want to board.
But plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Oh god. The game is afoot!
What?
We have a mini game with an investigation?
I mean, maybe it's like the, Magatama?
Maybe, yeah. Instead
The dubious...
Or go ahead, I'll finish my thought in a minute.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, catches the eye in the first place.
The creators thought to themselves, they're like, oh yeah, so for the trilogy, and potentially the later games, we offer you... Oh, okay, yeah. For the trilogy and later games, we offer you this thing called a Magatama, or this magical wristband that Apollo has, to detect whether someone's lying or not, and to catch them in the act while doing the minigame. But we can't have a Magatama or a weird little wristband that tightens around your wrist. We have to give it personality. We have to give it a voice. We have to give it a face. Let's make a detective that's so obnoxiously wrong be our minigame.
Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement?
Are you about to cut off your beard?
The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on.
Oh my god.
The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Ruelot? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Ruelot. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
Is it though?
In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. He's going to get it wrong. Well, okay. You're the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik.
If we're going off the picture though, I don't know, man. But at the same time, this goes back to me saying I'm pretty sure Sholmes woke up this morning, got his morning newspaper, and decided, ha! Yes! The next thing that I find, I will claim to be this particular Russian revolutionary. Oh, didn't work this time. I will reuse this because obviously the Russian revolutionary must be my next case.
He's gonna do the same thing to a sailor later.
I'm sure. I feel a running trend with this man. Feel a running trend. I know Ace Attorney and I know this character type all too well. But yes. Anyway, we must take our ad break now since we're hitting the top of the hour. We're taking our ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight for just a couple minutes with us, we'll be right back and we'll figure out who this man actually is, since I'm pretty sure he's probably not Villain Bolshevik. But
probably not.
Yes. But we will be right back.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Okay, let's get back into this. Because this is not feeling Bolshevik, I'm pretty sure.
Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand.
I thought I was just gonna say wrong. Incorrect.
Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylos. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see.
He'd been quiet this whole time and took a bite of my cookie. Always happens. I finally decide to eat something and then I get a line.
Yep. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask?
It is none of your business.
By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein?
Don't be absurd.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case?
There is no young lady.
Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'eau betrays you.
I don't know what that means.
Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of the newspaper.
Right, I totally forgot to look at that. I'm curious
Yeah.
though. Let's look at it real quick. Wow! Oh, a ballerina. How wonderful.
That's interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
Nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents.
Ryunosuke and Susato over here talking, just side by side, right, looking at the paper together. Off by themselves. Holmes sees that they're looking at the paper, immediately comes over, shoves Susato aside. Ah! I see you're looking at the article. A keen eye you have. Just sort of like, hey!
Also, I wonder if it happens no matter where you're at. So, like, if he was like, well, I must bid you adieu and go investigate something else. And then you pull the newspaper
And he
and I
comes
was like,
back.
but wait!
But wait, I gotta intrude here real quick. Ah, what a keen eye you have, young man. That would be funny. I should have done this earlier.
We didn't know he was going to do this.
I didn't either, but I knew I had intentions of looking at the newspaper immediately after we got it, but I forgot because we got sidetracked with something.
Surfing Man.
Probably Surfing Man. Did you see this line?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. He was in the room with us. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During the performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Tsuchito-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves.
Is this where Maya gets her kleptomania? Mania?
Maybe.
Maybe?
The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry.
About the tiara, not the dancer.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
This be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Cool. We have it now. Now we may continue. I found the news. Yeah, it's this newspaper that we read earlier, for sure.
But there is another most stimulating article.
I love this stupid ass animation. It's so stupid it irritates me because it's him, but it's so fucking funny.
Return from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I thought it was going to be like, we can only come to one conclusion. You are Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma, Eleminsky. I guess it's like Russian elementary.
I guess so.
Tsuchito-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Is it?
Stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment?
I've got a question. Was that the great deduction?
Hey, what can I do for you? So your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, I recall your discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point.
Even though he got closer, being 20% right, still wrong.
Yeah. They both have beards.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing. The part about him abducting the ballerina.
It's tangential just because it's on the same paper. That's how you connected it, through paper.
Yeah. Indeed. Truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. I'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if he pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
No, she's a 4-year-old child.
Oh, I see. She would be even better that way.
You mean you don't know? No. The young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Read the paper! I can't!
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lightness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to control oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Well, if your ancestor goes to one eventually.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions right now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering, if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work.
Yeah.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
You think that and you still do this. That's the funny part. It's not.
It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists?
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did...
Ah, you weren't looking! I took them off! Magic!
I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
Oh my lord.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
Don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Thanks.
Good to know. Good to know. Oh my, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, Register here just like Susanoo just like, oh my gosh, you are an absolutely a marvel, Mr. Sholmes. Ryunosuke here just kind of like dissociating a little bit, like, when did this man touch my hands? When did this man touch my hands? Has he touched other places I don't know?
Why do I feel dirty? I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Yay. Course correction.
I think it's all the same. Do you want me to read it again?
Let's see. Cheers. I guess just the orange letters? Or the orange words?
Like the big, thick orange words.
Yeah. Copious beard. Oh.
I'm not sure. Did you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
Well, when you want it gone, you're on a boat. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't think that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Royla either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Well, let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long and hard look at Mr. Roylott, and then we'll open a dictionary and add in every word that we can see and see which one fits. Maybe we can even use Mr. Holmes' thesaurus.
We're just going to replace Copious Beard with something else that just beats Copious Beard.
Yep.
Enormous facial hair.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch it around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? His hair.
His what?
Newspaper? I was gonna say his hair, but
I...
no, newspaper? Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what's
I
gonna...
had suspicions.
I did too, because I forgot about it for a minute, because we took an ad break, and I started thinking about it, but, like, we bursted in, and there was a woman screaming. So...
Yeah. What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Worry about it. Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here.
Can we... My gosh, this fucking camera. Can we not? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I was like, you know what? I wonder if it's another button that's hidden behind us.
Probably.
Not you too!
Makes it
Ryunosuke!
all the better.
Oh, this is the best one! Like, I'm so glad it's Ryunosuke doing this now. Like, this makes it even better. And look how cocky he looks. Like, I can appreciate this on Ryunosuke. The man that was literally sweating bullets and stuttering in his court case. Like, this is... Confidence is great on you, Ryunosuke.
You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You've identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Okay, good.
Uh-huh.
Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. Judging from the length and sheen of your hair. One's still very much in her youth.
Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected.
The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent lock? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
Yep.
Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you?
I had a hunch.
What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
This is where Pearl gets her assumptions.
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything.
Uh-huh. He unlocks your cuffs, and you two finally agree on something and seem to be having a good time doing it, and you forgive him for all that he's done.
It's okay. Sholmes will put some different cuffs on him later.
Oh my god. Some fluffy pink ones. Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylet's actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts we understand now. That's not what she said, but it works.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. It feels as though I either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Ganbarimasu! Ow! She's the ballerina!
You don't have a hat. The evidence that reveals your true identity is of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina, the Novovich Ballet, disappears from Shanghai.
I
How
swear.
many times am I gonna have to say that today?
Yes. I swear if Ryunosuke comes and spins to take the left side of the screen. Okay. It would feel like a very Team Rocket. Like, one comes in and says a line, the other comes in and says a line. Dramatics!
It appears we are finally able to address you by your true name. No, I'm not spitting at you, Nosuke. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. It's Nikolina Pavlova.
Ah!
Dead.
Good thing this is fake.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
And she kidnapped a ballerina.
Yep, the ballerina kidnapped the ballerina. Thanks for the throw, Quacky.
Yeah, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. The proof of this crime? Over there.
And the cat was in the bag.
Oh, yes, Miss Pavlova. Speaking of ways, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. Every time he says the thing about eloquence, I just imagine him being like, Ryunosuke, I'm going to kiss your eyes.
Oh my god.
This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Murder.
Definitely.
I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Does he have X-ray goggles?
Yeah, right? He does, didn't he?
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Shams?
Stop it.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
blood.
Oh my fucking gosh. Stop. Just no, quit teasing me. Let me enjoy my dance with Sholmes.
Anyway, there might be something else here that shows what this woman is up to.
Oh my god, you know what must be in that trunk? A wild Geobishap.
It'll never go away.
It'll never go away. Oh, there's a tiara.
Oh. We are a clever team.
Uh-huh. Three crimes just before you realize the traveling case. Why was the traveling case jostling though? Is a thing.
I don't know.
Well, I guess this is the crime. Shit, I
Yeah.
clicked this versus sent it, but it's fine.
Oh, look at this dazzling tiara.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san! Try it on!
What? Me?
Yeah, you seem to be dazzling all these men, so they must like you in it.
Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Only someone as fair as you, Naruhodo-san, could wear this.
Are we saying Naruhodo-san is more beautiful?
I don't know.
Why does this tiara look familiar? Wasn't he supposed to be the one with like the highest observation skills?
Yeah. But he
I feel like
was.
I've seen this. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Nova Beach Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it appears to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article.
Okay, side note, since her pictures come up a lot, the thought keeps occurring to me. And I was like, now I have to say it now, but that one lock of hair would be so obnoxious to dance with. It would be absolutely, especially if you had any, like, turning, it would be a nightmare to deal with. Just saying.
Maybe she puts it up for dancing?
I don't know. It looks like she's already in a leotard with her hair in a very loose, messy bun that wouldn't stay, but a bun nonetheless. But I know this is for aesthetic reasons. It's character design. But the former ballerina in me is like, no, please don't make my character have this kind of hairstyle. No.
And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft.
Oh no.
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you.
I have no one. No family. No friends. I'm all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from... how do you say? An Earl... Prussia. It belongs to me.
I was only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
How did you kill those 16 Russians?
It was not me!
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence.
Because there is a cat in there.
It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova?
My dear girl, that's not my line.
My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention, except for those, like, 3 things that escape my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even if I ever lay eyes on them. It's a bunch of bras and panties. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? The careless coup de grace betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely.
Maybe he was also distracted by the surfing man. Oh. Do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open the case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. Noticed it myself.
There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she's hidden inside that case will be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase.
Oh.
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. It's full of guns. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents.
Yeah, the sentient guns that jostle.
I...
As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. And no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord, unless it was a dangerous pet. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case...
Oh my lord.
The last item listed is the forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, a pet. Kazuma was in the case all along.
Kazuma? I thought Ryunosuke was the pet.
Well, he's not here.
Oh, that's true.
It couldn't be him.
It could be him, right? I guess if, you know, the ballerina's out here, the ballerina couldn't be in the case. So if Ryunosuke's out here, then I guess Ryunosuke couldn't be in the case.
Leminski.
Sholmes and Ryunosuke finish each other's sandwiches. I'm sorry, that occurred to me like halfway through this whole thing. We just, like, this whole last thing, and I'm like, no, I have to say that till the end. I can't say that right now.
So you've been sitting on that.
I have, just a little bit.
So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No. I am not Grimsby Royalot. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buoys is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did you really have snuck on board without being noticed? And make it in the first class? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendations leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to... how do you say? disguised myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I sold a newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as bestly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, when we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door, he still wants to kick something.
He's got... Was it physical urges? Muscular urges.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, sure. Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
You would be the one to know what's going on more than Susato would. Yunosuke, you literally just had a whole sequence of being like, ah yes, let's be on the same page.
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. My white Persian. Because it's stereotype. Please don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say any to the crew.
A secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Yes. Alright. I will tell you.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something Mr. Shum's great deduction? I said that very calmly.
Yeah, it was certainly something. It's certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists.
Our dance is over.
My...
Your hands are cupped again.
What? But how? Who's my word? I've restored your shackles. When and why?
He's
And
touched
what's
me.
in my butt?
Oh my god.
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Let's talk.
Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died. He's a friend of mine.
Oh.
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened?
Miss Pavlova? Or anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
Yours to forget. A challenging proposition. And you have this striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Nolovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They've all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin.
That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. Creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think you should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but...
Conundrum.
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you have come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Stroganoff. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. You did seem to be hiding something.
Angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It's how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. Descended from the heavens. Because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Shums once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
Well, she's from the performing arts.
But did our intrepid team just, like, rapidly learn English before getting on the boat?
I
Or is
guess
the assumption that Ryunosuke knew more English than he let on?
I guess so. Because I thought. I'm trying to think. Well, I guess Miss Brett spoke Japanese at that point. I'm trying to remember how much they implied that he knew. Because, like, I know that Ryunosuke knew some English, but it seemed like Kazuma was the one that was fluent. Or at least knew enough to be able to be conversational.
Yeah, because Kazuma mentioned something when the interpretation was going on.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, that saying is pretty close to what she's actually saying.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know. Consider it a video game miracle.
Yep.
He had to be able to communicate with Sholmes so he could dance with him.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Here, have a book. Various magazine. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please! Don't tell! Don't tell any of the crew! If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
He doesn't know how to charm women, he's just better at charming men.
Yeah.
What sort of...
The man present just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah. He's being swindled.
Feeling that I have.
Does he? What was it? Oh no! What's the line? He's. Oh my god! How can I not remember the fucking Edgeworth line? I don't know. Whatever.
Complicated feelings is, I think, what I always call it, but I.
It's not complicated. Yeah, not complicated feelings.
It's like, again, consistent failure.
Complicated feelings. These. I can't remember. It's unresolved is not the word, but I think that might be closer to it. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm ruining the joke because I can't fucking remember it.
I am saddled with unnecessary feelings.
There it is.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Right. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? I got Arya in there.
Arya banging on his, let me out! I wanna kill! I wanna be the killer!
I want to be inspected by Sholmes. Huh. You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas' friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Oh my gosh, is it the chicken I saw the other day at work?
Yes.
Really? You gotta be clucking kidding me!
Really? Not that I can really be that exacerbated, but... Exasperated. Whatever. Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends. Remember that.
Oh my god.
I don't know that we are friends with him.
Let's not get any closer then.
They have to skip friends. Go straight to something else.
Straight to benefits.
Yep. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Don't fucking go, stupid. She obviously doesn't quite trust this yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it.
Okay, before we show her something, let's go ahead and do our hourly. No, before we find something in our evidence to present to her to make her trust us, I'll be more verbose on that. Let's take our ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you guys will hang tight for just a few minutes, we will be right back. Okay, we need to go present something. So, something.
The diary? Is it your student pin?
Obviously, it's my student pin. We don't have an attorney's badge, so this is our second, it's the second best thing we've got at the moment.
Yeah.
It solves 90% of the problems. What if that's not actually the word for wardrobe? The one that translated and told us was Sholmes.
I mean, they explained the article to us, too.
That is true. I don't know why this would...
Because we want to find out about the speckled band.
I know we do, but it said something along the lines we need to get her trust, and I don't know how this would gain her trust. It's not gonna hurt, but I'm not sure what we would present to get her trust. Here, do you want to see a dead man? This will definitely gain her. Yeah, just so you know. We really are looking at, looking for clues about a dead man.
This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something unusual. It reads... 1:23 a.m. We can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later... 1:35 a.m. Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? I don't understand.
Strange, isn't it? The ventilator he mentions joins his cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Bova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band and the victim... Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh.
Oh, it's a heavy knock.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes. What?
Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please.
Alright. I will come now.
What?
You must leave. Now.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out!
Passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
So I wonder if we have to do like all the investigating before court?
Probably? I don't know, we're on a boat, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen with court exactly.
I assume it'd be in court at wherever we get the port. Next.
Yeah.
The port court.
The port court.
So we lost our chance.
The court Port of Fontaine.
Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside.
To be continued.
To be cut.
Careful. January 9th. SS Buria. First class cabin, passengerway. Not passengerway. I almost said passengerway again.
Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we managed to find some clue as to what speckled band might be.
Didn't manage to investigate at all. I imagine. We won't be able to for a long while. That's not what she said, but it's fine. I'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
He's hiding in the wardrobe. Oh yes! He completely disappeared.
He was imaginary all along.
Why would my mind come up with someone that obnoxious?
How did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists.
Has anything changed? Not really. We can't talk to you. We go back to our room? Or not our room, but our room? My room. 9th January. SS Buria, first class cabin number 1.
Looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes. On that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the cabin.
He was gonna go talk to the cabin about it, you know? The room. The captain about it.
That he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he's exaggerating.
I'm not sure, so sure.
Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. Never know.
We look at everything here? Sure. Table doesn't light up. What's that? Oh.
Seigai?
Seigi.
Seigi? Japanese word for justice. Brushstrokes are straight and true. Just like yep. Just like Cosmo.
Just like Cosmo.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his own heart.
Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame? Knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship.
Cosmo made me!
Yeah. You're going to bring that up, are you? Can't win.
Oops, that's not the button I want to press. Oh, there you are. Oh my.
Oh, you're back. Inspector.
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What?
Well, you did a great job climbing back on if that was the case.
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was like Herlock Schultz. I don't think he was German though. Oh, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
lower your voice!
Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel? Ow! Oops, I think I upset her. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least.
Well,
Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, that would definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation here provided fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
are you sure you didn't collect any evidence for your own safekeeping like last time?
Oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh? What?
How's death? How do you make it this sad? By giving it discomfort and or disc. Welcome in, Sinomain.
Yes, do tell us, Inspector. Please.
New information.
What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buoys medical officer has finished the examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? You're not going to believe this. It was Kirare. Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
Comes a blunt force.
His neck was broken?
Yes, so it seems so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison.
Kurare.
But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound.
Okay, let me stop this here real quick. So, cervical vertebra, right? It's like the spinal cord, and the spinal cord gets fucked up. You're dead immediately, right? What?
Depending on the degree, but yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, quote unquote, Kazuma wrote on the ground afterwards. So, either somebody else has their. No, I guess someone else has Kazuma's finger in this. Or something's fishy about the autopsy report. Because I feel like if you had a broken neck, the point of being the cause of death, it would have severed the spinal cord, and he wouldn't have been able to do that.
You at least wouldn't be able to write, because that'd be paralysis.
Yeah.
Suggest it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death. It is a possibility. And no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Cosma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Thanks, Hosonaga.
Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, you'd be dead. I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
A post-mortem report has been entered into the court record.
Tell us about the great detective you ran into.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating.
Just imagine him, like, palms down, feet down, crawling like a spider with his little stupid goggles on, looking at the crevices on the floor.
Pretty much the image I had, yeah. I think something left. I suppose he must have become bored. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Did he say anything at all? Shouted Svari for some reason.
Oh, Lord.
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish. I wonder what he meant.
Use your brain, Ryosuke!
There's one was over there, by that piece of broken glass, do you see? Donde está shoe polish?
Donde está shoe polish? Can you find the shoe polish?
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
He likes to eat it as a snack, so he knows the scent.
I thought you were gonna say he was licking it.
Well, I kind of implied that he already eats it, so
Yeah?
he already eats it, so I kind of implied that.
I meant licking it off
Oh,
the
the floor. Yep. Gotta taste it.
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
Detroit become human style. I don't know. Sholmes, no.
What is it? Suzuto-san?
Well... Cosmo-sama was wearing leisure shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, huh? Sort of brick color.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. His red wine, but darker, is definitely dark tan. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Cosmo's shoes as they scuffed on the floor?
The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. Fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It's my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a very heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head. That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Which one?
Oh my god. Okay. I think we looked at everything. Like, oh. Has it actually changed is the question.
It's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Begs the question of who did write it. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will.
I think we're gonna gather much else. Oh, look at the shoe polish.
It really is such a beautiful color. This glass.
I thought she was gonna say the shoe polish.
Dark red wine.
Ah.
Looks like whatever it was broken clean too. The other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's the brick colored mark. Oh, that's the snow.
Okay.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know a lot about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is why would a detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
He licked it. Because he's a great detective, of course. He uses all 5 of his senses.
Hello! Hi, Arya!
Where?
Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How is Final Fantasy? I hope Final Fantasy was good for y'all. Hello, hello. We're working our way through.
It's the last one.
Hmm?
Perhaps it's the last one.
That feels like a lie. That feels like a lie. I don't even Final Fantasy, and I feel like that's a lie. This is not the final of the fantasies. It was a lot of fun. That's good. I'm so glad you had fun. We're here investigating and licking shoe polish. Well, not licking shoe polish. Observing other people licking shoe polish.
A character I voice is looking shoe polish.
Off the floor.
And I've been completely say-so the entire time.
Uh-huh. 1000%.
Say so if you say so.
Yep. For certain. But yes, here, I'll introduce myself real quick to you guys raiding in. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I'm a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And tonight we're doing it in Ace Attorney, or the Great Ace Attorney, with Soph. As we go through here not licking shoe polish. I threw this sword and I think it has something to do with all the streams I did on the weekend. Baru. Soph, say so? Sounds fake. Yeah, don't you know? Say so?
That's right.
Say so. Definitely, especially for Great Ace Attorney streams, because we started off
I'm
on
just an innocent little blue cat.
Yeah! Yeah! Great Ace Attorney streams definitely didn't start off on a specific foot.
Eunice, never heard of it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Arya, I don't know how I feel about Sholmes. I don't know how I feel about him. He's so obnoxious, but there's some funny things about him.
He's growing on me.
Yeah, I think it's like one of those characters I'm gonna have to be around for a while to be able to make a definitive decision on, but like gut instinct is like, please stop. Please.
He's not Larry.
He's not Larry, that's true. I will take Sholmes over Larry, for certain. Also, why are we looking shoe polish? Because we're investigating Arya. Also, I said we aren't. We are not looking shoe polish. Sholmes is.
There's a scuff mark on the ground that we couldn't identify, and then Sholmes broke into the room. And was apparently just sort of...
Skittering around.
Not quite skittering around, but he was pretty much skittering around. And just, he hovered over the scuff mark and just shouted, "It's shoe polish!"
And
apparently, and then left.
And left! And absconded. I'm very silly. Oh my god, I can't. He's ridiculous, and when I say that, I don't mean that in an endearing way right now. I don't know how I feel about him, but right now, every fiber of my being is like, leave me alone, sir. Please be gone.
That he is, so that you can be friends, but also he doesn't solve it for you.
Yes, I understand. I get it. But still, I'm like, oh, Sholmes, please, sir. Please, I would, it just makes me, not admire, I guess admire, yes, but like, appreciate Hosonaga that much more. He shows up, makes you do all the work, and takes all the credit. See, yes, that's exactly what rubs me wrong. He acts all cocky, says some bullshit, and pulls things out of his ass, and then takes all the credit for whenever we correct him. Like, this man is too cocky, and he does not have... It'd be one thing if he was cocky and actually had the skills to back it up. He has, like, maybe 50% of the skills to back it up. And I feel like that 50% that he's I think it's the equivalent of a coin toss. He has to be right 50% of the time. It's not for a lack of observing. It's like, I'm just gonna pull everything out of my ass. And 50% of the things have to be right eventually, right? Right. But he's definitely something. Apparently, according to Susato, a great detective, of course. Oh, man.
That's hardly a reason, is it?
He's just a little confused. See, I don't want the characters that are like, I can fix him. I don't want those characters, Arya. I want them to leave me alone. Especially when it's like him. I don't want to fix him. I want him to fix himself, please. Okay. We really don't have much of area to investigate. Look at the vent again.
So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it.
I want to enable his chaotic ways. I want to see what kind of shenanigans will happen. I don't. I'm too tired for bullshit like that. Irregardless if he means well or not. I am too tired for nonsense like that. This man is... I no words. Speechless. Speechless and in a negative way. Not in awe. And yes, in awe. In awe of the absolute idiocracy this man possesses.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it. But she seemed as baffled as we are.
Yes. Humphrey's telling us everything, though. No.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but...
I know what, that's right, Arya. You find characters that are already off the rails, and then you just want to push them over the edge so they kill you.
I was gonna say, actually, credit where it's due. I don't think Sholmes is out to murder us this time.
Yes.
So
Yes, this
Arya,
time.
you got one.
You
I
have...
guess.
Yeah, he's still a nutbag, but you have one.
He's not gonna murder you.
I'm sorry, what?
He's not going to murder you, though.
Well, let's hope. We still don't know who killed Kazuma.
True. But
And
if he comes back later, I don't think it's going to be him.
I see. Think streams behind that
According to
audio?
my deductive reasoning.
I don't know. He's got that sleight of hand. He's real deft like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what's. I'm not monitoring stream audio, so I can't say one way or the other. At least the dialogue seems to be behind. Is our talking now though?
It is on Switch, so I don't know if that's what's throwing it off. Because I know a lot of the time, like even with proper capture cards, it can be really weird about it.
Okay, I will say though, I don't. It would have to be the translation from OBS to Twitch, not the Switch specifically, because with how I'm managing things through OBS and how it's outputting to me, is in time with us. Like, you and I are able to watch this and we're responding in time with it. And our little characters are also bouncing on Discord in time. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like it might just be a tonight thing because I rewatched stream from last week, I think. I always usually kind of like peek it on them just to make sure everything looks alright. And I didn't notice a discrepancy like that last time. Who knows? I don't know. We've had none to little technical difficulties tonight, so knock on some wood. I'm sorry, did you see this?
Something about that one that didn't sit right with me. I wasn't sure if I did or not, to be honest.
I can't remember. Let's see here. Hydrate? I guess hydrating would be a good thing. With all this talking. I know, with all this talking, I instinctually reach for my water bottle. Hydrations have been had. Okay, I've already looked at Cosmos Katana. We've looked at the chicken bone. Thank you. Hey. We don't have one of those. We can't be looking at that. Look.
We still just have a student pin.
We don't have one of those. We don't have anything to do with law. We just have Yuma University pin. No attorney's badges here. Only Kazuma had the sleeve, and Kazuma's dead now.
Do we get his sleeve?
Can we inherit his sleeve, please? Yeah, there is a day I saw the badge before the audio happened. Then it's not a Switch thing, because it's just audio in general, I guess, coming through. I know this is a stupid thing to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway because it's basic. Have you tried refreshing stream? I noticed. Well, I know, but if I'm in a stream and my network's kind of wonky or something comes out of whack, then usually refreshing the stream will line everything back up again.
Yeah.
You have? Okay, I figured you have, but it doesn't hurt to ask. That's why I said it's a stupid question, because I know that you know to do this, but that's why I just...
Back on again.
Pretty much, yeah. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the ones we overlook. I don't know then. I don't know what to do. I actually had it open during my stream, but I tried refreshing. Baru. Yeah, I
Oh, that's right. She was lurking earlier.
Which is just being meanie, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to say. If audio is off, I'm sorry, but there's only so much that I can do about that.
If I try to turn on her audio and do a talking heavy stream, I slowly lose my mind. So
yeah. we talk too much. Cannot be helped with Ace Attorney. Hopefully it lined up better that time. 9th January. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I said it correctly this time. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san!
Seaman Stroganoff is gone.
Hate that name.
What? Oh, you hate that name, yeah.
Steven Stroganoff.
Oh my gosh, like, at first I was like, oh, beef stroganoff, and then they said semen stroganoff. I'm like, oh, that sounds like something else now.
I mean, technically speaking, beef stroganoff has a white sauce.
It takes through
Sour
your
cream
crust.
base.
I'm glad it works for you, Ari. Yeah, I don't eat beef stroganoff, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'll take your word for it.
Often, but... Biff stroganoff.
Beef stroganoff.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arm and glaring at us.
All the Russian names are impossible to remember. Me, but with every name.
This is who I think it is.
How to name?
Huh?
That's the thing I struggle with all the time.
Oh, how
I
to
already
name.
said how to name.
Oh yes, how to name. If it's people I'm with consistently, or characters in a series that I consistently consume, then I can get it down. And usually once I get it down, it will stick. But it's just a matter of taking time to let it soak in.
I don't know who this is.
I
Is it Sholmes?
a gut feeling is telling me it's Sholmes because it feels stupid. my idiot alarm's going off.
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I don't know how the song... The Great Detective Way.
I told you! I told you the idiot alarm went off! I sensed it! Oh, my stupid senses were tingling.
To be fair, there's probably a decent chance that he doesn't have a particular tune to it. He's just going.
He's probably just doing his own thing. I can't count because I somehow thought you were 2 away from 200. I wish! That would be amazing! It'd be amazing if we were 2 away from 200.
We gotta plan another celebratory stream.
Oh, man! Good thing we're not 2 away from 200 right now, then. He's such a scrunkly, pathetic wet cat of a man. Oh my god. Aria.
As far as Baby Girl or whatever didn't fit somewhere in there.
I know. I see those words. And I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the words and the thoughts themselves, or it's because I can't fully comprehend them, or if it's because Aria said them, and it's just like, what the hell is going on? But every time those words come up, I just dissociate, and I just feel deflated. And my soul is just like, ah. There's that word, there's one of those words again. He's also a baby girl, yeah, I figured you'd say that. Ah.
She knows. She knows what it does to you.
Yeah. This is how Aria teases me. She just deflates me.
Miss Caroling.
She has no power over me.
I know that lark-like voice.
Lark-like. Like loon-like.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
But if he comes back while you're in there, and then you come out of there, and he sees you coming out of there, he's going to puree your brain.
I thought you were gonna say he's gonna make us into stringy knots.
That could also work.
9th January. SS Bruria. First class cabin. Number 2.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susuto-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Cosmo's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean? It's for you too, stupid.
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? You care?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will.
Time to investigate. That's not what I wanted to hit. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the Great Detective's great deduction, she was having her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buoys. I wonder what kind of animal she had there. And more to the point, where is it now?
I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think...
No, I don't.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No. No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
Is it milk? It seems this teapot's
Oh.
empty.
Yeah, that would make sense. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only...
Canadians are pretty thirsty too, but...
What?
Canadians are pretty thirsty too, but...
Oh, man.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either.
Steph think that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
Alright, if you feel so strongly about it, Naruhodo-sama. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Yep.
Don't like being wrong, do you?
All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. The Cosmos cabin.
Perhaps... Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happens in the ship is because of me, no.
I didn't realize it pinned on you, though. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in a disarray.
What's the importance in that? She did it in the other room, too.
There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
Don't do it. Barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret.
Right. Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry? Right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see.
Are you sure?
Know.
You did it when Cosmo asked you to.
That's different.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck.
Vent? Anything interesting?
This ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool of a shipbuilder. What a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. It's that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
No, the occupant of this room would also die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Glad we're on the same page, Susudo.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
Well, we're hitting the top of the hour here. So, we must go to our ad break here real quick to keep pre-roll ads off for y'all. So if you guys will hang tight for just a moment, we will continue our investigation after a few minutes here. So, hang tight. Okay. Time for more investigation. Maybe you have to find our friend. Or, well, not our friend, her friend. Damn, like we looked under. Oh, trash can.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
We'll have a little look and see what's been thrown away.
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
This is Stardew Valley. You mind if they get you.
I know that say they judge you.
Those eyes. This is gonna be like a piece of rubbish now.
Get in the waste bin, Naruhodo-san! Or Naruhodo-san!
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice.
The cat gonna pop out.
There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, that's a little disappointing.
All that build up for that.
There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading.
BL.
Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
Really nothing else to look at in here? That. Look at that. Little tin on the ground there. Look at that. Here. You'll be sure to remember that. Yeah, don't expect too much of people. It's rude. Don't expect them to have all the answers. Okay.
This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. Bolts drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Unless they bust it down.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
Congratulations! Congratulations for what? Are we just doing a celebrate? Congratulations! I don't know what we're well, more celebrates. Thanks. Oh my god. Just pelted with presents. I'm gonna be the next person to die of blunt force trauma. And one, yep. There it is. There it is, the one. Singular throw. Congratulations for, well, I don't know. Well, thanks for the congratulations, Ultimo. Congratulations on your concussion. Thanks. I don't.
Concussed relations.
Concussed relations. Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't. Did I read this? I don't know. I'm reading it again.
But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too. Stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
I do know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
we have anything else to look at. Oh, let's look at the rule sign once more.
Oh yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. The SS Buoys rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Well, having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
It's gone on an adventure. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes, so do I.
Okay, we've looked at everything in here.
Wild idea.
Yes.
The books were all tossed to the side.
Yes.
What if something caused the entire ship to tilt in such a way and knocked all the books over, but also caused the latch to slide into place?
That's true. Was it the captain? Did the captain come murder Kazuma? I decided to like, alright, let's... Oh, okay. I don't know if the same applies for boats as it does for like cars and trains and stuff. But there's that alarm that's outside that if you press it, it stops everything including the ship.
Yeah?
And it seems like Ryunosuke was drugged. And it seems like Hosonaga was drugged. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
he did the nautical equivalent of a brake check?
Yeah, that what my thought was. That's why I said I'm not sure if it works the same way for boats and water, but I know that I remember the alarm. They made a point to say that it stops the boat too. You shouldn't do it under, you know, non-dire circumstances.
The thing is, boats don't really have, like, air brakes.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for them to just
stop. Yeah, on a dime. It just, they shut off the engine and so there's no forward propulsion.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it is, I was thinking about that the books were falling the same exact way and our little surfer dude was toppled over as well.
Yep.
I don't know. Did we even get anything?
No.
No, we didn't get anything from searching in here. Absolutely nothing. I know. Hold on. Instant death. Its neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison.
Is there going to be an updated autopsy report?
I swear.
Is this where we meet the vampire?
I know. I was about to say. I'm like, oh man, who's gonna be our prosecutor now? And I'm like, I feel like there's only one answer for that. We've gotten past the tutorial trial. Time to meet our legally distinct, you know what? There was a client at the vet clinic that I used to work for whose last name was Bloodsworth. That's what it makes me think of. We're going to meet the legally distinct Edgeworth, Bloodsworth. Okay, let's go ahead. Can we just hop over?
I think the most amusing last name I remember seeing at any job was Rumcock.
There. Oh gosh, what was it? Oh. Now that I'm trying to think about it, I'm not gonna remember it. There was also a client at the clinic that had a last name that if you enunciated the wrong way, it sounded like something inappropriate, but I can't remember what the word was. And I remember making a point to remember how this lady's last name was pronounced. but the doctor would always forget, and I would just be like, oh no. Oh no. Ah, what was her last name? I can't remember what it is now that I'm trying to figure it out. What have we overlooked? What do we need to do? Let's see, that's what we need to do. No? Ah. There
Hello, my good friend.
There he is.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Well, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
Yep. Like a message in a bottle that you don't want to open.
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la. Yep.
La 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 lira lira lay. I did it the great detective way. As the karaoke stream for Soph.
Yeah! Get it.
He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Meaning he's drunk a lot of spirits.
Eh. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way.
Didn't Gumshoe also had a little song? A little ditty song?
He did. Mr. Sholmes! Ah, what is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sholmes, we don't need you to climax here.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any.
He's about to box us and discombobulate us.
Discombobulate. Step 2, discombobulate. While your opponent is distracted, discombobulate.
Discombobulate. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, did you say this line?
Yeah. Very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away?
You get it as far. The answer to everything, discombobulate.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Oh yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman, who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there's nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
Or it was omitted. It cut off like the half of that last one.
Oh, oh, oh.
Haw, haw, haw. Honk.
Discord can't let you hear laughter either.
No.
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it, huh? Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Learn to not trust everybody.
Why are you pointing at me?
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Also, please, please get that finger out of my face.
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman often stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh. He writes then every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. But simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yes. The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there are circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Not to say that these aren't important details, but I don't know if I trust you saying I would stake my life on it. I would sooner believe Hosonaga saying that than you. The ship's log has been entered into the court record.
Now that deduction was worthy of great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. Are you hurt?
My head's been kind of heavy all day.
Oh, don't worry yourself. Seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
Another one.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Suzuto-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too?
Disconcerting, Naruhodo-san.
We're locked into these 3 rooms. Where do we go? I wonder here. Let's actually look where I leave. That way. Okay, nothing has changed. Good to know. No.
It's entirely possible we were supposed to talk to him before we went into Pavlova's cabin.
That is true. Because didn't we hear like some sort of whistling? And I was like, nope, we're going in. Oh.
Ah! What's that?
It's Siren Head! Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted at quarter mile 4! Oh my gosh, brace for impact.
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand.
What?
Hey, you know, better another ship than an iceberg.
Suzuda-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? Are we about to prove that Soph was correct all along?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
You son of a bitch. I don't know why. I don't know why I've gotten into that habit. Anytime it's either this or in Zero Escape with Arya and Lux. Every time I'm right about something, I just go, "You son of a bitch!" I'm like, why am I mad at the game for me being correct?
How dare you? How dare you choose what I've said?
Looks like we avoided a collision.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Hosonaga?
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yep.
I just trying to riddle my way through it. I have a very bad track record of this, but
Surely this time it's Sholmes. Is that you in there? Naruhodo-san. Door, quickly. What? The bolt.
Look at that.
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Suzuda-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did...
Called gravity.
Look at all the books. So that's why you had to fix them.
mm-hmm.
They're just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? Well, if you aren't, I'll do it.
I'd better tidy this place up first.
Why?
Our violent emergency stop had solved the one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant.
Oh.
I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
I wasn't feeling dread till you said that. You continue. Gosh damn it. Where does he
Kinda
point?
had sense.
I did too. But also, I know information that I shouldn't have. But I do. On pure accident. That there's some from the very beginning. This case has been very sus to me. I don't know where exactly we're going with this.
9th January, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Suzuda-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? I heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship? Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean... Did someone press the button outside?
You wicked intruder! Dressed in all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry? Me? I've called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he's killed a man?
Ah. And he is a stowaway as well. A vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away! He's a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you're a devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
It's a real crisis. Gotta find a solution. Immediately. What if we use move and teleport to the other room?
They can't catch us if we keep teleporting to the other rooms.
You got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. Hey, there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. Nope, that was really not it. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis.
Kazuma! Where are you when I need you?
No, I think I might have some bad news on this
I
one.
know, that's why I'm upset.
Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you. Except show you the way to the ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks.
You know, I swear, if I scroll across to the other side of the room and he's just like, hey there, leaning up against the wall, I'm gonna be so mad.
He's gonna have, like, he's gonna be doing a handstand with his toes against the wall.
Something. It just... This man.
I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. And, well... Enough. You're guilty. Ship cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue you from this crisis.
Stop phrasing it like that, Rito's gay. Oh my lord.
I was not far off.
You were not far.
I am so pleased.
I hate this man so much.
This is one of the weird scenarios where you hate a character. I'm just like, you rapist.
I can't deal with this man. I can't deal with him. fucking man here. Get out.
So I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but
Get out now.
we just need you to investigate here to help understand.
Yep.
Yeah, it's no use. She's not going to listen.
Don't you say that word
Find
again.
Someone who will.
Fucking say that fucking word.
I feel like it might have been Das Vidania, but I could be wrong.
Das. What?
Das Vidania, which I think is like goodbye.
Goodbye.
Or, yeah. What the? What are you doing up there?
This pest doing on the wall. Oh, an exterminator. Oh my god.
Mr. Schultz. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. This is advanced tomfoolery. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I should determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Do you have beef with a hook? I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
I don't think anybody does.
Ah, you again, the great detective.
Shoe polish liquor.
Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you.
Okay, it's not shoe polish. There's... I forget, I think they're called... You might know this, because Trophy did something on this. The, what's the word? Oh my gosh. Like, the Yule Boys or something like that? That are like Icelandic holiday...
Yule lad.
Yule Lad! Spoon liquor! The new Yule Lad has been added to the ranks. Shoe polish liquor!
Jones is a Yule lad.
Oh my gosh.
They probably got another one of those episodes in the works.
Probably. That time of year.
Yep.
I'm sorry, did you say this one? I was dissociating as I was thinking. I was like, I said shoe polish liquor. Why is that familiar?
I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Luria, has been solved. By me, naturally.
Yeah.
Again. What?
Really?
Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Man.
Greatly.
I'm missing the fools at this point.
Yeah, you've solved it. Even the hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. Yep, that is
That's...
conclusive evidence.
Mhm.
I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door bolted shut from the inside.
Oh ho ho!
That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Ah, locked room at this point.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprits in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator. Yeah. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. Well, you're probably not the killer then, huh?
Yeah.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam.
Hello, Lux. Sorry I didn't catch it there. I hope that hasn't been there for too long. Yeah, we're doing
Wait a minute.
Ace Attorney tonight. We, this man.
I don't know about Phoenix, but this attorney's anything but ace.
What?
I said I don't know about Phoenix, but this attorney is anything but ace.
Oh.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Oh?
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
About to discombobulate the evidence.
There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your core. Behold! Yog.
What the? Ugh. I wish it was a cat.
Allow me to introduce you all. The band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably.
We're all speechless.
Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Hey, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, what do you say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band. Or the bandit band, if you would. Wouldn't you?
You will see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? Then perhaps at a time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Nope. Because you're wrong.
Hmm.
At least you're not entirely right.
Are we gonna dance again?
Maybe. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died. But that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin.
Uh,
And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
It wasn't suffocation though.
Of it crushed his neck?
Hmm. I don't know if I believe that. Even if it was flung from the vent whenever the ship halted. I don't know if I believe that.
The thing that I'm hung up on is A, why did they explain why the door could have been bolted?
Yeah.
And B, snakes probably don't know how to write Russian.
Yeah. I guess as well. Plus if it was the snake got thrown during the stop, that would what's the word? Oh my gosh. I can't word. That would ruin the concept of someone coming in, doing their work, and then the ship stopping and bolting the door, right? So no.
Turn as white as a bowl of rice again. Jones must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asoki. And also drugged like 5 of us?
Yeah.
Looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the things of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Mark Saunders is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
The great deduction. The game is afoot.
Miss Pavlov, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. That whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link with the victim's death. So, they ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on the potentious night? I'm accidentally slipping a little Australian with him.
You know, he's an oddball. Maybe he's from Australia back in England.
Could be. Why, naturally, it was this friend which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. Okay. No doubt your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tells a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
You know, it's a good thing the snake is on that guy. Because I don't think anybody else would survive that snake coiling that tight.
No.
Consistently. No. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be this snake's soft skin. Evidently, that after this subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours had its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friends lived next door. Snakes do that? Change patterns?
I don't think so.
Maybe like over time, but not that quick.
Yeah, it's not. I'm pretty sure whenever they shed their skin, it's the same pattern. It's just, I don't know. I don't know much about snakes, so maybe they do. But as far as I'm aware, whenever like lizards and stuff shed and molt and stuff like that, it usually is the same pattern. It's just the skin coming off because the pigment's already in the skin. It's just a layer of skin shuffling off.
Yep. Plus, a lot of the time, patterns are determined in part by the species.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gonna have bands, you're going to have bands. If
Yeah.
You're gonna have speckles.
You're gonna have speckles, yeah.
Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters.
Using the bell cord? Wouldn't it be enough
So-
weight to make a ding?
I don't feel like a snake would be smart enough to do all this. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin.
And what breed is that, Sholmes?
Snakes so dreadful, I can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Oh, we're about to flip them apart.
Yeah.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Sir? Now, if we take that as fact, you can reasonably imagine that there remains the evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, no. Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth.
pretty sure when a snake bites, they're not imperceivable or perceptible.
Yeah. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you have the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that troubling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It is telling the victim made note of the low whistling sound that he heard minutes before its end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed. You put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. If it appeared, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature need only to sink its fangs in once more.
The silly man himself, unfortunately. Our savior, I guess.
I mean, he is helping you.
He is.
And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending since forever.
Spouting nonsense now, though.
Yeah. But again, if he solved it for you, then
Yeah.
what's the point? Granted, I feel like they do that better when Leighton teams up with Wright, and he's just like, I could solve this for you, but I'm not going to.
I think you would find it more beneficial if you did the puzzle yourself.
Yep.
Oh, this man's just
Leighton
talking out of...
the entire fucking time.
Leighton's like, yes, I know what's going on, but I'm allowing you the opportunity. This guy is like, yes, I know what's going on. Spouts bullshit. And we're like, shut up. Try this.
That is the true nature of the speckled band that took this poor young man's life.
He's a little confused, but he's got the spirit. He's got too much spirit.
There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
Oh, shut up.
This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Write that down.
Be sure to catalog it for my next magazine issue.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. On the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Do snakes drink milk?
I don't think so.
I imagine they wouldn't.
I feel like if I remember correctly, they eat rodents and small mammals.
Yeah. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Shut up, Remus.
You just say stop. Now's not the time to be dumb. Not you too.
Your great deduction really lives up to its name.
Amazing, Goo.
I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man.
Continue singing my praises.
It is nothing remarkable. as the Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. Yep.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind? Most of that was wrong.
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
They're welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Perfect. Oh, well, good. First of all,
The fuck were you thinking?
snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
Before we get into this, because it feels like we're going to just be like, let me rip you apart with as many facts as possible. Let's do ad break real quick, so that doesn't creep up on us. So hang tight for just a few minutes, and we will shred this man apart, happily. So, be sure to be here to witness that, because I'm ready. I'm ready for her to lay into him with facts and be like, no, you are wrong.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Okay. I'm gonna tear this man apart. I have Be Right Back music. Yes, I do have music. I played Superliminal a couple weeks back, and whenever I tabbed out of the game, it was dead silence. It cuts the music for the game, and so I sat there in desolate silence with everybody else. I'm like, wow, this is really depressing. I should find some music, so I tried my best to find some music. It's still in the works, to be honest. But we have something to fill the void, so we aren't just sitting here staring at the wall. I don't know, astral projecting. Okay. And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Oh.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. No which way to milk. Milk is merely an example, the logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But man, what are the tales of Arabia?
They're fairy tales, Mr. Sholmes.
Have you not heard of the snakes that dance with the sounds of a flute?
The snake charmer also moves in a serpentine fashion. They might just be imitating the man. I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There's one other thing.
You have more?
Yes, much more.
The snakes aren't real.
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves, yes. So, I'm really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Let's try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
I'm annoyed that I managed to clean out 3 boxes, but I ended up to use the boxes to sort stuff in. There's less stuff in my closet. Yeah, you know, slowly but steadily. Slowly but steadily. Organization too helps a lot with the room being cluttered.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
It's time to dance. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming.
You enjoyed your
Loved it
dance.
last time.
Yes, you had a great time. You had a great time to the point where you're like, stop it, Susudo.
Alright, let's give it a try. That's what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. Look at your wrists!
Oh my god.
So cast your eyes onto your wrists again. Look at me. Look at your wrists. Now back to me.
Now back at your wrists. The handcuffs are gone.
What?
And 2 tickets to that thing that you love.
A dance with me.
A dance with me. I'm on a horse.
Sir, how did you get horse on boat? What? Why are you surprised? You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Okay. It's Pavlova. Find the text. Let me click.
I just realized something.
Wait.
He's indicating that it's a trained snake, and her name is basically a Russian version of Pavlov.
Yeah.
Or I guess a female version of Pavlov.
Yep. What was it? It's oh, what is her name? I know Pavlova. I know.
Nikolina?
Nikolina, yeah. Nikolina Pavlova. Hmm.
She does have a pain expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Cosmo-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
What else is causing her pain?
Oh.
Claw scratch. Snakes don't have claws.
Oh, Naruto-san, look! Looks like a very painful wound.
Snake with claws is just a lizard.
Yeah?
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratch. Nope.
Well, you know, it can't be helped. The color of the box is the same color, like similar color to her skin and her hair. I've also gotten lost looking for the way the direction is pointing. They hide them in their claw pocket. I don't want to know
Their
about
pocket?
it. I don't want to know about a snake's clocket, please.
Well, whatever scratcher doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes, when you call this horror defense, that claw scratch mark smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Let's dive over. Did you, in fact, receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad.
I'm getting into territory we've already gone to. Okay, okay.
And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it's this very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on a portentous night? Well, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. Not even in their clockets. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. After all, we'll find the answer.
Where might she be looking?
The saucer, I assume.
Picture.
No, picture.
No. Mistake. No. It's the frame that you're. No. The instruction was one thing
Touch was
everywhere.
one thing everywhere.
You idiots.
Damn.
Whoa! Maybe we look at the picture. I'm just trying to rush through it here. Trying to rush through it here. Maybe we look at the picture, gain the evidence. Anything else?
Huh. Look at this photograph in the frame. It's supposed to be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true, but personally,
Not my type.
this little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this.
Okay then.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? The blackest outfit.
Black kitten. And from looking at this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Be more specific about it.
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten you see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh, no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you and you ran away, didn't you? And half of its bells in the other room.
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yes,
Maybe I just implied it from the picture. But I thought Ryunosuke mentioned something about a black cat. Maybe he didn't. Don't mind me. Continue.
I don't know. And yes, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, a specimen's markings did not fit that description in any way. Scholar? What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's soft skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
Weird decision.
Yeah?
She just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known.
Yeah. Yes. Boys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty. Or speciality, for that. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy, too?
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
Dirty ballet tights. Hmm.
Can you angle up at all, or is okay? It just seemed really weird. We might have to inspect it like we did with the frame.
What's the word? The controls are inverted and it's throwing me off.
Oh.
So when I want to move, I'm not moving how I want to move.
Well, it is speckled and it's a band, but oh, it's a cat toy. What is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. It's a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. And this sort is common in the West, apparently.
How's that a toy for cats?
They chase it. Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable.
That's the way.
Yes. The thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You ate that round, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason?
She was catcalling Kazuma!
Clearly. My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. So a feline friend disappeared through the ventilator and into the neighboring cabin. Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka.
Yeah.
A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. Forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record.
was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the belt cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty.
Well, I think the whistle was to entice the cat
Yeah.
into the other room for some reason. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why?
I don't know. Why are you asking me?
The cat did not sever his spinal cord.
Yeah?
According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can be explained by terrible venom.
Mr. Shulman says it's true. There are no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Shulman seems to be unaware of one very important detail.
Cervical issue. Neck broke.
Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Only be explained by post-mortem report.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the postmortem report. Oh yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Crushed by a cat.
Yep.
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only the Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. Jury's out. Anyway, we have authority that the victim's neck is broken. You say he's not immortal. I say it's still possible. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine there remains evidence to affirm the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be?
Yes, examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his leg is broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though.
Presumably, Darka didn't suddenly creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
Really now? You sure about that?
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Ah yes, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe a Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Oi.
Also, a clumsy fall wouldn't explain why he wrote in Russian.
Yeah. Much less an instantaneous death to a cervical vertebrae breaking, allowing him to write that many Russian words or Russian letters after such a fatal injury. Okay. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Marks on the floor. Glad we can see it up close. victim's cause of death conclusively. Oh! Did he trip on the cat? Because where do you put shoe polish on a shoe normally, right? You buff the tops of them, right?
Yeah.
So if there's that big of a scrape, that the top of the shoe would have to have rubbed on the ground. And if the bell's broken, which is presumably what was on the cat, I think, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Did he trip over the cat? Oh no!
I have a hard time believing there's not a murder in this. But...
Yes, but the assumption for right now, at least. Also, it's not in the right spot where he's laying.
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Licked it myself.
Shoe polish? Why did you lick it?
Indeed, positively identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course.
Your tongue?
Constructing your own tongue? These wax, tallow, and dye are my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match for the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have got his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No. I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. And now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You have the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Asuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
And that's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But
And if this is part of Mr. Scholl's deduction is right, Ms. Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it, which is weird. In this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Okay. Time to fight inverted controls. Were you drinking? I don't want to talk about that. What's the question again? You have the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the...
Hidden in the tiara. Is waste been an option?
Ah, well... There was nothing in there earlier, remember? Did she toss it in there just now?
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet.
Gosh damn it.
Ha-ha! Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Ow.
That's right. You have the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. Well, that is a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
This is a lot. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death?
Also, this glass from older days, breaking perfectly and not shattering. Amazing.
We found on the waste paper basket in your cabin.
Yeah.
Yo. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know. That posh Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the old glass bell, that would be...
Picture.
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see. Hanging from darkest color. Great glass bell and punch. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And because of that fateful stumble, your absent feline friend, Darka.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Man, what a way to go. Even though that's probably not the way he went.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us then, Miss Pavlova?
This might actually be a good spot to stop.
Good as any.
Oh, let's make a save. Yes.
It'd be a weird way for him to have to fall. For that to be accurate.
Yeah. I don't know what his neck would necessarily get caught on, but like if he fell chin first and just went conk, you know, full force, full body weight thrust forward and down to the ground. But I don't know. Guess we'll have to figure it out next time.
In like 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, yeah. I have, unfortunately, we won't have Ace Attorney next week. We won't have many streams at all next week, because I will be gone for work. But we will see each other. I'm probably going to plan, I think I'm working on stuff for, we'll do something like Christmas karaoke the Saturday leading up to Christmas. I can't remember what date that is, but not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday. And then we'll reconvene after Christmas to do some Ace Attorney. I'm sure we'll find a day to do it.
That'd be the 23rd.
23rd is a Saturday? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, so 23rd we'll probably do some Christmas karaoke. I've still got to get things in order for that. But yeah, we'll wrap it down here tonight. Is anyone even on at this point? Who can say what it does look like? Go see. They're not. But yeah, speaking of, what's the word? Speaking of Saturdays, this Saturday will be our next stream for the week. Yes, it'll be the next stream for the week. I had to double. I can't speak. I was questioning myself. That's what I was doing. But Saturday, this coming Saturday, we will be doing our 100 follower celebration stream. So we'll be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time with some karaoke, and then around 8 o'clock, Soph, Arya, and Ultimo and I are going to be playing some Cards Against Humanity. So if you guys want to come join us and celebrate, be sure to come tune in this coming Saturday. I'd really appreciate if you guys wanted to just come hang out. It's always fun hanging out with everybody. But yeah, that's all we got going for the rest of the week here. And it does look like here that Coffee Verb is online. So we'll go ahead and here, get this set up here. We will go ahead and raid out to him. I don't have a raid message as usual, so we will send our love out to him. What else do I want to say? I've talked about the schedule. Oh yeah, speaking of the schedule, if you forget about the schedule and you want to be like, oh no, what time does this happen for this week? You can go down in the pins below and check out my Twitter, because I have that pinned as my pinned tweet every week for the schedule. So best place to keep up with what's going on and anything that might change from the schedule. Yeah, I think I covered my bases. I don't know. It's almost 2 in the morning, so I'm going to go ahead and finish it off. We're going to raid out to Coffee Burb. And this has been Soph and Micho. And I'm logging off. You guys have a good night. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Bye. 「